Hello, hello. The chat. Hello. Hello, what's up? Wilkerson. Where you stream from? You mean like what platform? I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Or you mean like where I'm from? I'm streaming from US, United States. Oh. Are you on Discord? Well, I have a Discord, but I don't use it that often. Why? Do you do you stream on Discord or do you join on Discord? Are you from my Discord? There's so many people trying to come in and just sell me something. Of- Can you send me your username on Discord? You want my username on Discord? I mean, okay. But what do you want to do, like, on Discord? 10 p.m. to 2 p.m. Topic. And there's 0. close. Leg. Change. I'm gonna create this Jane Doll's eyes. You're so hard, man. Create this Jane Doll's eye. I'm gonna this is what we're rocking here. Jane Doll's eyes. Where's my tab? Hello, anybody in the chat. Is this an eye color challenge? Well, I'm trying to get the right Jane Doe eye. So I'm getting my Jane Doe doll very soon. I'm trying to give them I'm trying to work with my manufacturer, trying to come up with the eyes that looks the closest. And I gotta say, sometimes they kind of just like doing homework. They're not like they're not perfectionists like me. So I have to like give them like instruction on how I want it. Uh, how I want my eyes to be. But yeah. So basically I'm doing the eyes right now. I think this one is the closest. Might want to edit this. I think. The left and the middle one closer. Well, the left, the background left is a little bit too off. You mean like the right one? Yeah, I think the middle one is pretty close as well. What's up? Oh, Choco! Or you're here every day. Do you have a crush on me or something? I think left and middle one was. How's your day? How's your day? Alright. Just another broken foot, broken toe day. Did you watch any anime? What did you do? I'm playing Genshin Impact? You're a Genshin Impact player now? Oh, high five! Did I convert you to a Genshin player? Are you trying to level up Kenichi? Wait, do you play in you play in Japanese voice acting or English? In English? You're missing out. You know, I think Kenichi Japanese VA is Sasuke's Japanese VA. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you like Kenichi because you like Naruto, right? That's your anime. That's Sasuke, and his little pet, the dragon, that's Naruto. Naruto's VA. You're missing out, buddy. Too late. Well, you can still change to Japanese VA. Yeah, you can change it, I think. It'd be like it'd be like You like Kinich? Is Kinich like your type of boy, your type of guy? Kinich has tattoo, right? Mm-hmm. No. Ever seen a tattoo? Oh, oh no. I don't pay attention to guy character. The Kinich. He doesn't have tattoo. I mean, he has a little tattoo, like a green tattoo. Is Kinich your husbando? Husbando? I guess that's what you call them. Who's your anime husbando? Just like his abilities in a romantic way. No? No fantasy for you? You're not a what do you call it? You're not a dreamer? I guess dreamer. Or something. Do you have any celebrity crush or something? For me, I never have a. I don't think I have a real life celebrity crush. I grew up with anime when I was little, and I never like find real life celebrity like super attractive. I always think they're like, alright. I always think that girls in my class are like better looking than celebrities. But I never understand why people have celebrity crush. I don't know. Do you have celebrity crush or something? The first girl I like is the first fictional or like a girl that I never met in real life that I like is a black magician girl. I think that is a lot of people's childhood crush. I don't know is celebrity because I watch anime. Oh. So do you have like a favorite character in any anime? If I change it to like that. Like that. Oh. Wait. Oh. Itachi is your favorite character? Okay. So you got a type. You like Itachi because he's like cool, calm, and like. But everybody likes Itachi though. Even guy like fangirl for Itachi. Itachi is like a fan favorite. He it's like tunnel vision. See, fam. Yeah, he has a pretty good backstory. I think a lot of villains in Naruto has a pretty good backstory. Have you ever cried when you watch Naruto? Be honest. Yes? Which scene? Okay. What's the problem? I think it's perfect. When Jiraiya and Itachi die. Oh, Jiraiya died is a pretty sad one. You died? You wait. You cry when Itachi died, or like after Toby explained his story? There's no way you die like right after like Itachi died, right? Because when when Sasuke killed Itachi, it was kind of like just shocked, right? You cried after like they tell Itachi's story. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Did you? What else is a sad one? Did you cry when also when Itachi died second time you cried? You're such an Itachi fangirl. I think his second death is pretty happy though. You cry. It's like a happy death, like you wish Sasuke well. What do you mean why? Itachi that's happy. Well yeah, cause he already died. I mean he's dead. And he's like, oh I wish Sasuke you find your path, blah 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 or something. I wasn't that sad about that one. I'm gonna be honest. So you pretty much cry every time Itachi leave the screen. Itachi left the screen and you cry. If they revive Itachi again, you're gonna cry the third time. I bet you're gonna cry. You watch Boruto? Boruto. Burrito. You watch Burrito. Boruto. Okay. The one I want. Do you cry when let's see. I watched Naruto when I was very little. Do you cry when Haku died? Is it Haku? Haku. It's Haku. Yeah, Haku. Do you cry when Haku died? Be honest. But it is sad. To be honest, I didn't cry the first time. Sometimes I rewatch. I rewatch it when I was like when I was an emo teenage boy. I'm saying. Like, Naruto's so emo. Minato and Kushinada. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't cry when Minato and Kushinada. Oh, see. I kind of. Naruto might have like a crying genre. Like, Heartless. No, it's just like. It's just like not. I don't know how to explain this. I guess it's not relatable, but like for you, I guess you cried because you feel like it's relatable, in you in some way, in your personal life, I suppose. And also like we have different point of view or something. So you value your your mom and dad like more, I guess. I don't know. Minato and Kushina is kind of like a parent and their parent die. I think it's because you think I'm heartless. Wow. I guess I am the demon, the heartless demon. I guess I am. Who's that guy? Sasori. I guess I'm Sasori. I'm heartless. I'm made out of doll. I'll turn you into a doll. I'll turn myself into a doll. And I will cut off all my human parts. I'll replace my organs and my arms and my legs into a doll. Sasori. I don't know what I like. I know. Perfect. But didn't he still have his heart in the doll? But he wanted to be heartless. That's the point. Isn't Sasori like cold blood? Like, yeah, the irony was he has a heart, but he wanted to be heartless. And the irony was like, he wants to be a cold blood, like killing machine, a doll, but like, he couldn't be that fully, because if he replaced everything in his body, he's no longer human and he's dead. So he's like between a doll and a killing machine, between a doll and a real human. He's like, that's his irony. He's like imperfect. I guess that's the word. Like not perfect. Like he couldn't be a doll even though he really want to. but he also doesn't want to be a human anymore because being a human is gets painful because he lost his parents. But you are heartless. I am heartless then. I'm the most heartless motherfucker in this planet. I'm a cold-blood killer. In my Twitch chat. Hello, hello, Ninja Elite. Did I miss your... Yeah, I'm pretty heartless. I never open a door for a woman. I bitch slap them when they don't be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. And then what else? Yeah. And I choke them during sex. I guess that's too much information. Shut up, bitch! Yes. I whip them when they're I whip. Where's my whip? I whip them when they don't behave. My notorious list. Hello, welcome. Whoever is in chat. Phasing. Hello, Phasing. Phasing, are you listening all this? How much a bad man I am. I also spank them when they don't behave. I'm a badman. I'm a badman. Anyways. Circle. I want to circle. Okay. Okay. I think this is what I want. Okay, I'm going to submit this. I'm going to turn you into the police. You gonna do me like that? Oh, remember you. Planes ain't got nothing on me. I got an army of killer bots. I'll arm them with AK-47. Do you own guns? Does your family own guns? I think all the Texas people own guns, right? Got this. Does he got the big ones? The one that use 50 cal like bullets, just pierce through anything. Used to hunt deer. Hey, hunting deer is a little bit too much. I think it's a little boring if you just shoot an animal. Just like too easy. Cause I went to a military in Taiwan. You have to go to military because when you turn 18, but you can delay it if you go to school. Like for every man they have to go to military because China used to have war against Taiwan. Like it's the Chinese Revolution, Chinese Civil War, and they're fighting for the China government position, but Taiwan lost. So the little history lesson. So the leader of the Chinese, I forgot what party, the Chiang Kai-shek, he moved to Taiwan and become like sort of another emperor in Taiwan, and then later on Taiwan developed democracy, but blah blah blah. China is still a communist country with no democracy. But anyways, so every man has to go to a military just in case China might attack. Right now they cut it down. You used to have to go there for 4 years for military training. Now they cut it down. My dad's generation, they cut it down to 2. I mean, you used to have to go 3 years. My dad's generation cut it down to like, no, my dad is the 3-year generation. For me, for my cousin, it's like 2-year generation, and like for me, it's like a year. But I was lucky, like I got into the military when they cut it down to like 4 months. I only went to the military training for 4 months. You will sell the meat? Okay, okay. I guess that's business type. But I think if you want to kill animal, you should like shoot bow and arrow. It's like, I think that would be like more challenging. He has before? Like bow and arrow? Okay, that's pretty cool. Your dad is a Texas, what's that word? Texas alpha male. That's cool. Like your dad is balling. Do you know how to? Oh, he's a British. I know, right? He's like he's like more American than American. There's a British that's more American than American. Do you know how to use gun? Do you know how to use a gun, firearm? Does he teach you? Hello, user 994. You wanna know how to use a BB gun? You are less American than a British? What the fuck? What the fuck, Julia? You are not fit to be an American. Your friend then is the one. Oh. Your friend that taught you how to use a BB gun? What? Oh, have you played like BB guns shooting at each other? I forgot what's it called. BB gun shooting at each other. It's like there's a sport where you only shoot water bottle. I forgot. So there's a survival game like you play, where you like wear like full armor, and then like you shoot at each other. I think people play it. I forgot what is it called. Paintball? No. So they I remember airsoft. No, not paintball. So paintball is the gun that you when you get hit, the paint will like splash and you score a point. But airsoft is like a honor. It's like honor rules game. Like they shoot this airsoft bullets, and it's powered by like gas, like very powerful gas. So and all the airsoft guns looks like real guns, but with like light modification to like distinguish them from the real guns. But basically airsoft guns has like AK-47 or like M4A1 or M16. Like they look like real guns. So when you play airsoft match, they shoot at each other, and it's like a real war, like a real life war game. So they play a lot. They probably play people who play a lot of Call of Duty. They want to like experience real life war game. They will play airsoft. I think it's airsoft. Yeah, airsoft. So airsoft game. You can look it up. It's pretty fun. And when you got shot, you gotta raise your hand like you died. Oh, you died. So it's like it's kind of like honor rules. You gotta like be honest if you got shot. And if you get shot, you're probably gonna know because it's shooting by like very strong gas, so it's gonna hurt a little bit. You're gonna get like a little bruise or something. You don't want to play that? Oh yeah. You're too fragile. You broke your toe. You broke your toe like running into the wall. You might not like the pain, huh? But yeah, it's fun. Like you shoot at people like with like fake bullets or something. Looks like a real war. I want to try that. I'll be down to try it.
Guys, let me show you my new airsoft gun. Come with me. I'm sorry, man.
Airsoft
So
RPG.
This right here is my new airsoft gun.
They made an RPG for airsoft. Let's see if I can show this. Oh, I can show it on
You
TikTok.
can tell it's airsoft because it's got an orange tip. Trust
Okay, so they put orange tip on airsoft to distinguish like real gun from fake gun, because they make all the guns look like real, so they have to like make a slight modification to, otherwise the police are gonna freak out.
me when I say you can win all the airsoft with this guy. Again, it's airsoft because the orange tip makes it an airsoft. Should I run this as my everyday carry? Good question. Guys, let me show you.
Oh, he didn't fire. What a lame video. I thought he's gonna fire the RPG at someone. You don't like trying new things? Have you tried paintball though? Paintball? Let's change 4 here. Download this. Laser tag. What? You get anxious of laser tag? Come on. Come on, Julia. Aren't you a brave woman? Okay, we're done with this. Let me message. Ah, 硅胶头的。So guys, sorry for Did you know Ellie, are you here? Did you know Texas they ban anime? Like specifically like anime with like cute lowly characters that may be doing something like adult or mature, like so Texas just passed a bill called Senate Bill 20. Here, I will show you. It's a pretty big news. If you come to Twitch or YouTube, I can show you the video. It's crazy. If they pass in the Supreme Court, it's actually gonna be a law. And people said like old school Dragon Ball Z, like with Chi-Chi wearing like a bra, might get banned. Um, Maybe Naruto will ban. I don't know, like if you wear a swimsuit or something. And also like there's a harem jutsu. I don't know. One Piece. Crazy. Goblin Slayer will definitely get banned. There's Grape and probably like underage anime girls in that show, so that will definitely get. Pull up the video. I'm doing research on these. Let's watch this one.
If you don't know what you're looking at, playing full intent.
I don't know. I just think it's very shady for politician to ban like anime or like underage anime girl or like lowly, and like it's fictional, and they wouldn't even release the Epstein file. So only the rich and powerful can play with their underage girl, but normal people can't even play with fake anime, underage anime. What? What a crooked law. Unbelievable. Here it is.
Threatens to ban all.
Not play.
If you don't know what you're looking at, let me explain. Full intent threatens to ban all anime. For instance, if you watch some Goblin Slayer, One Piece show, you would be labeled as a felon. You might recall all this conference earlier this year, back in February 2025, where everybody was talking about it, and it gained so much traction that we even have Japanese politicians talking about the subject and closely monitoring this bill that is actively moving through Congress, moving through the House and Senate, and how it can have an overarching effect not just on the United States, but also around the world. Because the bill, for many people's agreement, it's unconstitutional. It will affect freedom of speech, freedom of expression, it will hurt cartoons, it'll hurt animation.
Well, it's not that underage girl. So most anime character will be considered underage girl. So if the court decide that the character is considered underage girl, like Sakura is like 16, and they can just ban Naruto because Sakura do some like trying to seduce Sasuke or something. Like it can lead to bigger things, like not just like ecchi anime, but it's gonna be starting from probably hentai, then ecchi anime, and even like Goblin Slayer. I don't know if you watch Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer is not It's not focused on ecchi, but like there is like violent scene and there's like supposedly young girls. And if the court deemed them to be underage, then it becomes a problem. It might not be able to play in Texas. It can play in everywhere in America, but not in Texas, which is crazy. I don't even think this is constitutional, to be honest.
Drawings, it will hurt a lot of things. And so a lot of people are actively watching where this bill is going. However, you might recall a few weeks ago, there was an article I covered and many others talked about as well, to where Niche Gamers said that Democrats block a bill to ban Goblin Slayer and other anime in Texas. And the bill in question that was blocked, according to this article, was SB 20, which I'm talking about in this video. This article is clearly not accurate. It is not accurate by any means, because the bill just a few days ago effectively was passed by the House.
Yeah, the bill is passed by both Democrat and Republican in Texas Senate.
And it's actually worse than you thought. It wasn't the Democrats trying to block it. In fact, the Democrats all said yes to the bill, and so did the Republicans. So both political sides of the spectrum basically said yes to the bill being passed. 139 yeses, 0 nays, and 2 present but did not vote. So what this effectively means is it was a unanimous vote from both political parties to put SB 20 in action. So this article saying that Democrats were on the side of the people trying to ban this bill is factually incorrect. This was made back in the 8th of May, 2025. I wanted to point this out because many might remember I covered this topic and so many others did, but it's very clear that this is aged very poorly and the bill is still moving through, and so I don't know where this information actually came from. But let's get back on topic. So what is the bill? Why are people worried? And how will this affect you? So first of all, we need to talk about this subject right here. It has been filed. It was out of Senate committee, then it was voted on by the Senate, then it was out of the House committee, and then it was voted on by the House. And as you can see by the dates here, literally on the 22nd of May here, it was voted. Unanimously, it passed. You can see the color codings here. If it's green, it indicates that the bill has passed this stage. There's 2 more stages for it to officially become a law. For instance, it needs to reach the governor table, and then the bill becomes law. And where you're getting the overall date of September 1st, apparently, according to this, if the bill does pass the government table, the governor's table, it will officially become a law on September 1st, 2025, pretty much banning all anime in the state, which means that this can have an overarching effect, and this bill might be introduced into other states around the country and might cause other countries to follow suit with this bill. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. What I'm trying to say is that the bill so far hasn't fully become law yet. However, it's not inaccurate to say the bill hasn't passed. It did.
So it's a bill. They're going through the last 2 stages of government process to become an actual law.
Past the House. And it is concerning, especially when you factor in that all sides, Republicans and Democrats, said yes to the bill, which means that it is not really a far-fetched thing to say that the governor of Texas won't sign it and say yes to it. It's very unlikely he's going to deny it. It's possible, but it's very unlikely when you have both sides agree on this subject. So, if it does theoretically happen, and it does become law, that's where things get even more interesting. It will obviously be pushed into federal court, aka the Supreme Court, and it will be, probably for many, many years, maybe months, I don't know, where it's going to be debated if it's constitutional or not, and at this current time, it's appearing that it's definitely not constitutional. So let's get into the word why people
it's not constitutional. We gotta fight for anime girls.
Within it, and I did this many months ago when this was brought up. But basically, at first glance,
get your
this
guns,
is like a good thing that the politicians brought up. They're trying to ban usage of AI depicting actual kids and images of kids being processed through AI. At first glance, this is a good thing. I fully support that. I'm just going to be completely point blank on that. It is a good thing that they want to ban that because obviously that is very harmful. However, the bill also adds and tacks on cartoons, animation, and other things like that in sculptures, which means that it won't just stop at actual real kids being hurt, but just random depictions in anime, manga, and also in cartoons will effectively be banned, which is why the subject matter of
Hopefully
you can become
they
a
say
felon
it's
just for watching Goblin
unconstitutional.
Slayer,
Yeah,
One
hopefully.
Piece, Naruto, or Bleach, or other anime has been brought up because of this. Now, in terms of optics, when you look at the overall captions of this bill, it makes a lot of sense why both political parties have, unanimously said yes to this bill, because obviously it does look bad if you go against this bill. It does, because obviously, why wouldn't you want to protect a kid? Makes sense. It does. It does. However, with the way the wording is and how loose it is and how obscenity laws are and everything, it could be really harmful to a lot of people. It can actually legitimately cause just blanket bans of anime, manga, sculptures, paintings. You get the point. So that is where the concern actually lies. So I understand why the both parties on both political sides. But what I'm trying to say is that other stuff is, because for all we know, maybe the governor just denies it, and that means that it does not happen. It won't pass. But there's a very high likely chance it's going to, which then that means the next stage is the Supreme Court, which is not good. So we'll see where that one. But I also remember that this bill is being forced through by both political parties. So
I know 99% of people in government have ever heard of anime. Top comment. Everyone in Texas who watched South Park is about to become a felon. Yeah, South Park has sex scene with underage little boys. They do weird shit, so I guess every Texas government who watched South Park is a felon now. Anyways. We can play some games now.
サンプルになってくれるの?
Yeah. No. This just... So a lot of people say, oh, politics won't affect you, but like, if you ignore it long enough, it might start to affect you. Even though I only watch politics for fun, but like, I just learned this today, and I'm like, slamming my fucking desk. Like, this affect me. Like, I didn't do anything. Why is anime all of a sudden is under like the chopping head machine? Why is anime under like a gun point all of a sudden? I just learned this thing. I was quite unhappy, and I was like, damn, maybe I shouldn't vote for a Republican anymore. Fuck Republican. Fuck them. If they want to take my anime, nah, I'm not voting for a Republican anymore. Fuck you. I'm gonna join the Trump impeachment protest. It was both party, but yeah. So both parties, House and Senate, agrees. But like, if the Republican, the government is Republican, so like the government, who's the Texas government? Like, he's Republican. If he sign it, and I might pass the law or something. But yeah, I know it's both Republican and like Democrat, but like, but it's in a Republican state, so like it's like a benchmark for them. Like, it's also probably gonna happen in Florida, and Florida is a swing state, and I don't know why like Florida, Texas, like they like to ban like anime for some reason. I honestly don't know. Like, I feel like they're Democrat and Republicans working together there or something. Anyways. Well, the thing is, the state can pass their own law, and if it's a state law, they have to like go to Supreme Court if it's unconstitutional. Well, it is unconstitutional, but it's gonna take months, for them to like debate. It's like the abortion law or something, or yeah, something before like the abortion, and like. I think there's a one case that passed to the Supreme Court or something. Whatever. I don't really know too much details, so I'm not gonna speak about it. But like several laws that was passed and was unconstitutional, it has to go to Supreme Court. Actually, I don't know if do you pass law first or do you go to ask ChatGPT? No law gets passed first or go through Supreme Court. Okay, so a law can be passed even if it's unconstitutional. The Congress passed the law, president or the government, the state government sign it. The laws can be challenged then in court, arguing that it violates constitution right. It reaches the Supreme Court, possibly. Case may go through lower court first. If it's a major constitution question, the US Supreme Court may agree to hear it. If the Supreme Court rules the law unconstitutional, the law is struck down and no longer valid. So okay, so it can be passed first. So the law can be valid first. Then we have to go to Supreme Court to cut it down. To chop the fucking tree down. The bullshit. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, so. Still a bad look for Texas though. And there's a lot of conservative who likes like anime in Texas. They're not gonna like this. They got their anime girl armed with guns now. They're ready to battle against the tyranny of Texas government if they say anime girl cannot exist. Play a little bit. Fine.用这张图，打叉的地方是画错，叉字，叉叉。错的。总结一下就是。 下面的长椭圆高度稍微降低一，给中心一点空，给中心的圆圈一点空间。暗色。然后下面的半圆蓝绿色，改成跟我画的那个一样。肥椭圆，椭圆，肥肥的。给予打叉的部分是画错的，我以为要加长，后来觉得不用，可以打叉。长椭圆的高度降低，哦，OK。澳大利亚。Can play this. Play this new game while unlock. This week task. I gotta fight this weird monk monster. Hello, Toto. Have you watched this anime called Hell's Paradise? Yes. Does this sort of look like Hell's Paradise? Like weird monk. Like what am I talking about? You'll see, you'll see. Honestly, I don't know how to play this new character. I would. Does it not look like it? How creepy it is. Wearing a face mask. One, I'm gonna try this new character, Yixuan. How thick the thighs is. The panda guy. I think you might like this new panda guy. It's not. Panda guy is not free. Oh well. Panda guy is not. Why is Panda not free to? Oh, let's see.
護衛対象確認スタンバイ役を払いたくば私が助けになる
Don't they just look the same?
一切の脅威から守ってやろう
With like different eye color,
来たか用向
different
きを言え
clothes and eyes.
護衛隊役を払いたくば私が助けになる
Kinda, huh? That's what they were saying. That's what other people were saying. Like, all Genshin characters look the same, but they just change the color and the clothes, and give her a new personality, and you can sell her as a new waifu.
パイトン様、そろそろ本番かしら？
More.
はあ、うんだ。
役を払いたくば私が助けになる
パイトン様、本日はお日柄もよく、あなたと私で華麗に登場しちゃうわ。
わたわた。
Team full of waifu. Thank you. Trying to go. Okay. Goodbye, goodbye. Damage carriers with anon. Liz. Next. Let's go. After passing through 5 areas, if you get launched no more 5 times. Sure, dang. happened? So broken!
颯のごとく
I think I know how to play her. I'm not sure. Want to launch enemy, recover energy. Energy recharge is useless on. Oh. What? When facing attack, is special. Damage still increased. Oh! What is this? Unlaunching ultimate. take this one. Bam!
美しいですね。
そんなものか。下がれ。私が来た。実進。
The fuck? They all died!
私とカエトーンさんの邪魔をしないで。
ゴーとせ成功だ。
カエトーンさんのためにドレスが汚れると言ってるんです。
ここだ。邪魔くさいやつだ。ゴーとせ人形合一。もはや名数は尽きた。
Damn! Damn! Just died. Don't even give him a chance.
どうか見ていてください。
ジャスの熱殺。一致。
任せてほしいのです。触らせません。この歌を世界に捧げるわ。
両親を共に熱す。命ずる。
Anyways, I'm gonna smoke this guy.
私とパエトーン様の邪魔をしないで。アホなの。
どうぞせえ。
新規集結。ドレスが汚れると言っていいんです。
両親を共に熱す。人形合一。
The,
ピさんって角張ってて一見とっつきにくそうだけど、みんなの好き嫌いをちゃんと知ってるわね。実は
Anyways, we're gonna try Genshin Impact here. Try pro. Stop the stream for a bit. Hello. Stop the stream. My computer load. How to reduce? stream TikTok. See if this.不好了，不好了！要帮我贴易碎标签，贴一点。客人呢？ Hello, Eisen.也记得帮我贴易碎标签。好的，谢谢。Hello, hello. 太感谢了。哦，alloy。Okay.
昆虫は本
200.
的にして
Yes. Ow. Hu Tao. You guys want to see Hu Tao doll? Maybe tomorrow. Hello, C. Chikoku. Oh. Hello, hello. It's okay. I'll think of new ways to stream. Hello. You like anime dolls, life-size dolls? Queen Marika. Arena. Hello, thank you for following user 1161. If you like anime doll, you can contact me, get one. But following the stream or liking my videos will be good enough for me. Thank you, thank you. Sharing the stream or liking my videos will be good enough for me. If you want to follow the channel, like user 1161, then thank you, thank you. If you want an anime doll, if you have some money, and I can help you with that. And because I'm a doll hobbyist myself, I'll give you a good discount. Let me know. Hello. Hey. Look at. We're getting a Verisa doll very soon. A Verisa. Look at this chubby cutie. High roll here. High roll. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Restart the YouTube stream. Max. Hello, whoever joined. Oh, hello. Like Anime Dolls, follow the channel. Like and share the stream. Like and share my videos. I'll be very grateful. It will help me with the algorithm. Thank you, thank you. Hello, hello, bear. Do you like Anime Dolls? Arena. And Queen Marika. Hello, hello. Follow and share the stream will be very helpful if you guys would help me. The algorithm. I mean, like and share the stream. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for liking. And follow the channel if you like Anime Dolls. And if you want one for yourself, contact me directly through my email. We can help you get you one. We have a Hu Tao doll too, but she's not here with me. I have a Hu Tao doll. Oh yeah, I do have a Hu Tao doll on my corner. Right here. That's it. Hello, Snow. I have 40 resin. Should I store it? Store it. Hello, Russian guy. Nipple. Hello, Russian guy. We're gonna make a work on my Hello, Zolski Zo. Uh, Chi neutral. Genshoku very satisfied. Sophia very satisfied. Navia. Wow. Sorry, I don't like the guys. Let's not give them too much credit. Overall satisfied. Someone satisfied. Using your character to go. I play with 1 to 2. I don't even know how to play with 1. If you continue participate. Guess I'll keep playing later. Okay. For money.
気分が沈んでるならひとまず仕事はほっといて新鮮な空気を吸いに行こう。
I have to use it. God. So dumb. Hello.
アクセル全開。速攻で決める。行くぞ。止める勇気はある。
スイッチングだよ。契約を果たせ。悪用の力を思い知らせ。
全力攻撃だ。回ろう。この天下で裁く。シェルアクセル全開。
Wait, what?
隣に座っ
Oh.
同点について
神というのは天上の存アクセル全開。
Isn't he targeting me? You guys are retarded. You guys are stupid! You should attack the first dude. Cool. Hello. I need them to ship out my.
Yep.
had a crush on you. We do this. Leap at the gust water ring to unleash. Good.
風が立つぞ。行くぞ。風が立つぞ。進め。
I'm dead. Cheating. There's cheater and Genshin Impact. Holy fuck! Like I just stand there and get gold coin. The fuck? That is cheating or something. Stand there and gold coins just increase. That's crazy. Well, he might be in trouble because I'm streaming. Cage might be my least favorite character. What is this?
思ったより素早いじゃねえか。思ったより素早いじゃねえか。
They're so hard to play, man.
思ったより素早いじゃね
Oh,
思ったより素早いじゃねえか。もう逃げんのか。
oh. Why is he attacking me? Look at this fucking moron! Why is this guy? Why does... Should not attack me. Attack the highest coin. These players are fucking stupid. So fair. Mm. Is this the lolly? Okay, I can place it. Think.
星々よ、空に帰りなさい。受け止められる？いや。受け止められる？受け止められる？煙のように舞い上がれ。受け止められる？煙のように舞い上がれ。
Bro! No way, these people. Is that Queen Marika? Yes, that's Queen Marika. Thank you for following, Guy. Yes, this is a new event, Long Johnson. If you like and share the stream, that will be very helpful for my algorithm. Thank you, thank you. If you like anime dolls or life-size dolls, you can follow the channel. There's gonna be more video and stream coming out. If you like the doll, you can contact me directly. I can get you one. Guy is a man of culture, I know. Because Queen Marika is a baddie. Hello, hello. Size close. Inside. Oh, what size shot? Larissa. Okay, I can play for Risa. Okay. Oh yeah, not hit that. Where should I go? What? How did it not hit him? He's guy's hacking. That's 676. What? This guy is show Marika. This guy is shitting on other people. Marika? She also got a pretty fat ass. Alpha is really yes.
怪我でもしたの？もし具合が悪かったらすぐうちに教えてちょうだいね。体のケアはもちろん大事だけど、心のケアも同じくらい重要なのよ。
Believe I should. Balls here.
あら？どこか怪我でもしたの？もし具合が悪かったらすぐうちに教えてちょうだいね。体のケアはもちろん大事だけど、心のケアも同じくらい重要なのよ。
Oh, cutie. Cutie and mommy. Oops, sorry. Oops. Like cute. The Hira doll as well. Oh. Wait. I'm gonna go back to. Can you show Marika, please? Yeah, I just get her closer. Did you not see I got her closer? How do you want me to show it? I mean, I can't really show too much. Then you have to subscribe to my Patreon if you want. Want to see explicit stuff.
安心して君の背中にステッカーは貼ってないから。星と深淵。無事今日の依頼。
Genshin redeem code. Did I miss any redeem code here? We're done here. Nupo. 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 Oh, thing. I'm gonna get a good. I'm gonna get the big booms. I'm designing Reina, life-size Reina doll. Checking her out. Get the 96 bust size. Or I should get medium. Large, it's gonna be a little too large. I'll get large. We do have a waistband. Reina. Oh. Oh. There we go. Oh. I decided the large via anime cosplay expo, so we have to.
たまには一息ついて力を蓄えることも大切です。
Hello, Michaela. What's your favorite JJK character? What's JJK? Like JK? Oh, Jujutsu Kaisen? I haven't watched Jujutsu Kaisen. But if I would have to pick, since I do a lot of anime retweeting, I will pick I'll pick this orange hair girl. I go what's her name? No, bro. Oh yeah. Isn't there a green hair girl? What's her name? Mika? Oh yeah. So I do a lot of like Rule 34 retweeting. That's how I know the character. Miku. Oh no. The Jujutsu Kaisen green hair girl. Maki. Yeah, Maki. That's only 2 characters I saw artwork on. Choso? I see. Do you not like, who's that? Gojo? Well, most people like Gojo or something. That's what I've been told. Where are you from, Michaela? Megumi. New Jersey? You're a Jersey girl? How old are you, Michaela? $18? You go to college?
もう昼か。あんたんとこのちっこいのパーツをもう行くのか。また来いよ。
Oh, you're senior. Oh, congrats. You're gonna graduate soon. Wait, actually... Wait, didn't you guys graduate already? I was told by this random TikTok viewer. Oh. Senior next year. Oh wow. So you're like a early 18-year-old senior. That's weird. That's rare. So you're like a year ahead of all your class, basically. You have plans? You have plans for... Oh, you have summer birthday. I see. You have plans for your college? Going to city college or university? You know what you want to study? Ultrasound tech. So like medical? Let's see. Medical stuff. Oh, you said college. Yes, with babies. Okay. It's very rare to see women at young age like babies. Do you like babies? I assume so.
揃っていますわね。
No. Gender. I see. You wanna? So when I first, so I went to City College as well. When I first went to City College, I like try like med school stuff, but I realized biology wasn't really my thing, so I just focused on the chemistry like part. I just focused on the chemistry part. Have you thought of like going to like maybe med school? What did I major in? I major in chemistry. So I go to UCLA. Oh, it's very expensive. Oh, I can. Yeah, I can understand that. But chemistry and biochem is very close. So like in UCLA, chemistry and biochem is the same major. Have you thought about what's that? Physician assistant, I think. PA, yeah, PA, physician assistant. I think it's cheaper or something. Let's see. Yeah. I heard you make like half of what a real like a physician make, and also lesser responsibility. Like physician has like some physician has like medical lawsuit or something. Yeah, it's better to be like second place and still make good money. Kakashi from Naruto's your main crush? Wait, what? What does that have to do with medical? Did you type it in the wrong chat or something?
メイド長リナ、お使いいたしま。どの値をご指名かしら。
Normally.
Python 様、本日はお日柄もよく。
In my mouth. Do you play Genshin Impact or Zenless Zone Zero, Michaela? Oh, you left. Hello, Abel. Hello. Useless neat. Useless neat. Neat. Lexlers. Um. Oh, he's lying, just chilling. Oh! We get here. Ether damage! And settle with this.
ってらっしゃい。好きだらけ。あんたは深淵に触れちゃったなっ。
Oh, okay, no problem.
じゃあ今日見ていいの？すぐ終わるわ。うっとうしいですね。どうするの？乱れてしまいました。裾が汚れます。いってらっしゃい。逃がさない。
Delta 1.1. Crammed a lot into some really tight
Hello?
spaces.
Hello?
I have mechanisms on top of Mechs 939 and G servos. The process is this. Firstly, take off the servo casing by removing the screws and popping off the top cap. You'll need to remove the final gear, pop off the plastic block. Station. Inside the small hole there's some geometry locks the rotation of the gear to the potential. You can either use a tiny drill in a pin vise to make it
hello.
round, or do as I did and simply force the gear around to break the final plastic. Wood.
Hello. Holia. What's up? What have you been up to? Matcha ice cream. Watching TV? Nice. Watch anime? Or just like reality show? Cartoons? Wait, you're 15? You still watch cartoon? I'm joking. No, not judging, not judging. Open-minded. What cartoon do you watch? SpongeBob? Yeah? SpongeBob? SpongeBob? SpongeBob is really popular in America for some reason. While I was growing up, I never watched SpongeBob. When I first watched American cartoon, I always thought American cartoon are kind of... Oh, good night, good night. You came by just to say good night? Well, thanks for that. Good night. Good job. You're doing a good job at the co-hosting. Give you a heart. Alright, good night. You can leave now. Bye. You're dismissed. Hello, Timake Neckleek.
Of a recommend use the drip juice. You'll then need to disconnect the server's, which is the rotary sensor that allows it to work at position. Take note of which wire connects to which part of the circuit board. It doesn't make a difference via the positive and negative terminals the opposite way around, other than that it will invert the signal, but it is really important that you keep the central wire. Snip the wires and they're as short as possible out of the way. Then take a female 3-pin dew point connector and pitch in
カフェイン
the
が必要ですか
basically it. Solder one end to the wires you just desoldered, making sure around. Reassemble the They find you need to do 15. Then drop in all 15 servos. Hold on. You'll notice which way around this because there's a little slot where the wire is supposed
必要なのはこの
Each row of servos is held retaining strip that fits on. Make these unique pores in 3 printing. Pop in 8 and 2 nuts. These are designed to clip in. They don't need to be. Finish securing the set. Firstly, cable housing and turning block.
出撃可能
Passing the screws through this servo housing, and finally the nut held. Now put the back half of the forearm.
A
Okay.
lane buck.
The forearm feet also have a printing plate nut, so using a G code, drop in 2 and foot. Put these, fix them through on each, and attach the circuit 15 to 25. You may want to do this before putting the whole back panel on, but it will be tricky. It's entirely up to you. Take note of the block which goes on top of the forearm. You don't need it yet. Now we need to build the rest. First, take the core wrist servo housing and pop an B996 out servo or cap. 2 servos in to make sure they're roughly centered. Use a servo tester or just the basic Arduino servo examples to get center them. You may need to unscrew the base of the gate into. Secure it with M3 screws threading directly into the 3D printed material, then put the 3 bearings in position. Take the front side of the wrist and assemble the tensioning arm triangular piece, followed by an M4 square nut, washer or plain nut, M3 by 6mm wheeling, 2 M4 by 6mm, everything in position. This is probably a mechanism you want to refer to the caterpillar. Onto the back side of the wrist. You can place the servo assembly built earlier, second servo with printed through a roughly 210mm GT2L or 16mm M3 screws. Also, put on the wrist palm adapter, but not before setting your servo to its center. Attach the wrist to the forearm, and M3 nuts in the wrist block. M3 screws of various lengths. Onto the palm now. This one's pretty straightforward. Just put 5 DS843 and B servos into that. Again, you need to unscrew the base through the wire stick. Also, make sure you set this to their neutral before. Secure the servos with M3 by 8mm screws. On each knuckle, you need to put a bearing, and then you can attach both sides of the MCP link. These are held together with 4 6 to 8mm screws threaded straight into the palm. Attach the palm, wrist palm, 2 long, 35. Notice on it. Fingers. Fingers are actually really simple. This. Get all of that? Alright, maybe I should. The first part I'd recommend you make is the potentiometer. Now, I had these assembled by the manufacturer with the JST SUR connector already on the board. Since I couldn't find a supplier for the potentiometers I wanted, I ordered them. The company Bonds this flat pot which I've used for years. I do think it might be time for other option, but the form factor is just so perfect that it's. These just clip in, 3D printed. One type for IP joints and you may want to plug in the spare cable now, you may find less fiddly, fully assembled, although you will probably need to.
何のご用ですの
You can also prepare your pulleys by feeding some fishing line. I've designed them so you use a tiny pin like a pin tool to poke firstly into the hole and then out of the adjacent hole. Knot it and trim it close, and want the knot flush with the side. I used a lighter to tidy up the frayed ends for safety reasons. MCP pulley works in square, where the cable passes through. Also, I recommend using much. Complete the fingers is just a case of putting each component together in a stack, securing with central and snap fit end cap. This is going to be one of those parts where it's easier to just look at the cap. I also have been inserting a single core wire, bending it around. This keeps the PCBs aligned, but a big improvement would be to add a registration feature in the PCB housing structural parts phalanges. Then there would be no place your phalange onto the fiddly and painful. Now we need to thread the fishing line. Very awkward after doing it a few. Make sure that the cable does one full loop of each. You may need to use wire to something fishing line through. You've got to do this for every pulley in the hand. We'll get a look. Now you can cut a length of tension spring wire housing and then make sure you cut a long enough length wrist's full range of motion. This can be tricky. Feed the wire through. Fully block pairs. Then feed your pairs of wire into the pulley. Have a specific technique. Feed it through, rotate 180 degrees around the Z-axis and X-axis. I'd actually recommend doing this twice for 2 total, but it was really hard to animate, so you'll just have to visualize. Press the pulley onto the servo. It should be tight, but not too tight. Pull the cable slack through the hole. Add the M2 servo screw and locking screw. Recommend doing all that working. This extra slack makes it so much easier. To finish off with, I also have this fancy armor shell. It's not really finished yet, but some parts have been adhesive, so I decided to leave this as a treat and stick around the Patreon page. And we're going to be the choice is something very bad because I wanted to focus on the technical side and not spend too much time. The most important thing in this project right now so I'll show you what I did as a reference point, and if you just want to I really would recommend look into it that way. First road goes to plug to each code for 5 minutes. For each server, you need to potential very simple idea but also which depending on which control method you use, you need to update either the mapping functions in point or getter script or the ranges in as a slider. I also added a feature recently where you can move to predefined slider. You can also put this on the timer, cycle through them to animate that.
Hello, Reina. Nahem. Sorry, I was watching robotic videos. Robots. Or future robots.
That's just about the limit of all the knowledge. Really hope this can get more people started with this project. I really believe that as a we can work together to make this a big thank you once again to all of my patrons.
Hello. Why do people ask Discord name the first time? We just met, bro. Why do you need my Discord name for?
Welcome. I've designed a set a resin print.
Hello,
11
Mr.
degrees of freezing
Shark.
and kept the proportions very. This time, safely said, this is a robotic. All the parts. Crazy. In this video, I'll level point. First, I wanted to take a look back at. I first got interested in building a bionic hand. I can't remember exactly what says it. The body. I think that the hand is probably the most. Made a few different before I started. Wood. Don't have any. Lump them together collectively. Then during uni.
Commercials. You guys like robotics? Like anime dolls? Anime dolls is the future of robotics. And so is realistic dolls. Make sure to follow, subscribe to the channel to see more cool dolls, life-size dolls, anime dolls. Like and share the stream and my video if you like them. Like and share the video that I post. And if you want an anime doll, contact me directly at my email animexdolls@gmail.com. Get you beautiful dolls. Serena, Mavika, Big Mommy, thick thighs, thick booby, thick booty. I'm watching some video about robotics. If you want to watch it with me, go to twitch.tv@animexdolls. Actually, I have it put. Your Discord name. You can go to Twitch @animexdolls or youtube.com@animexdolls, and you can watch with me. I should put it up for the people because you can watch YouTube on TikTok.
hold on a piece to effect puppeteer the joint system. Density. This version beta, bring in way too much. Really didn't build into. Pick the project back up, redesign additional servos themselves, lightweight, more compact, just to fit. Shape of the alter the position of the fingers. This design, Gamma, extremely cool. I think it was just I never actually worked on it very on working version Delta based on from my homemade palm set stealth ones left against actuated and I simplified it. The prototype worked, but at what cost? Couldn't shake the feeling that version Delta needs the requirements. Less problem. My requirement is very clear. Back in 2020, laid out all of my requirements this video. Anything that best affordable. New philosophy. Goal is for accessible public world and highly valued ranges of odd maybe that brings us to Epsilon, the one with pretty easy of mechanical biggest obvious servo wires. This will mean the requirement is to be able to some different script types, with 6 different types. Finally, if like, which I mean, with a similar relationship, finger length. There's a lot of scientific data, research on this type of thing. There are a lot of details that unfortunately just aren't enough. Until now, it's been pretty much guesswork. This time, River Point. A hand well, easy. 30%. First step was to stickers called global mark. Essentially angle. Quick and easy to get going and when Revel 5 scanning. The hardest part is to keep and Riverpoint software makes it to ensure lots of post processing, low resolution, accurate. Still needs to be able to porting into stacked up. Later I'll show you how I use them as a basis. The design of the fingers is pretty heavily based around a research project called HRI Hand, which is an open source anthropomorphic robot hand system. There are other designs out there which use a similar linkage system, but I wanted to call out this one in particular because I really appreciate how they made everything open source and all online and easy. In the paper, Hyunjun Park and friends developed a system of linkages to drive 3 finger sets, which were respectively using one method, whereas all my previous designs used I wanted to build on my work in a few ways. Firstly, I wanted to make some parameter so that I'm getting at different things in different lengths. And also that the blue changes to the angles and proportions of the frame rate, see how those changes alter the trajectory of the resulting fingers. Finally, I wanted to design a finger which could be printed entirely in place, readily assembled, meaning it's ready to go straight off the print bed.
Let's do it again.
I went through a lot of iterations to get a solid design on this one. Initially, I had all the segments sticking together and nothing was moving, so I made variables in my CAD model to test different gaps between adjacent segments, conical pivot points. Side note, the reason that the pivots are cones is because it's really easy to 3D print the entire shape including the holes. In some of my areas, I still have overhangs that on the trees, which meant that I used supports until we printed it inside the painting. I was really happy with it, but eventually I found a configuration of all the different sections, which meant I needed no support at all on any part of the finger, except for pulling a little bit of block, and some parts of the spent a whole lot of trying out tweaking variables, but also to get a natural movement on a range of motion that will allow me to grasp it. I'm really happy with the results I'm showing today, but the two main issues I'm having is that one, reflection arc is a little shallow, which is mostly a function of the palm design, which I'll come on to later. While some of the segments are purely locked in place, some of the longer segments have some flexing. This can result in it's popping out of place when it grips too hard. It would be so easy to just put a screw here to lock everything in place, but I don't want to weigh it down. It would also be so sad to add fasteners, otherwise entirely fastener-less design. Curious to know if any of you guys have any ideas for a print-in-place locking pivot solution. It doesn't add any width. So if you were following me when Delta Hand buying nothing but all 21 of my servos, and after blowing up a few PCBs, I just ended up limiting the voltage, which drastically reduced the speed of the entire. This time I used easy EVA to get a dedicated servo. Obviously, it was the easiest time since I only had about half a minute to I designed the whole with 6 and 2 separate volts regularly, supplying half of the message with up to 3 on the servo. I also designed the board on Raspberry Pi. I was very fortunate to find this R220 board using ROS and the open source hardware with an MIT license, meaning it's pretty much completely open source. I made some modifications so that I could use a simple USB-C port rather than the original PCB connector, and another cool thing about this design is that it makes use of JLCP full color silkscreen printing, which is something that I've yet to delve into really, but it means that you can print a lot more detailed and color-coded information on your PCBs, and it means you can design all the details in a single PNG image. I'm a huge fan of JLCP for providing easy, affordable, reliable PCB and PCBA solutions, empowering hobbyists and professionals to develop their design. Having this starting point for the Pico Light board is really exciting because, as some of you might remember, I've been experimenting with trying to develop my own driver boards with built-in microcontroller chips. It would be a complete and ready-to-go controller board without needing to plug in another board like an Arduino. But so far I have not been successful. Having this open source design starting point to integrate into larger projects is really exciting. I'll be honest, I have not tested this design extensively yet. As you can imagine, the CAD design and physical prototyping portion of this project was by far the most hard. I have been using Thorny with Pico boards to start controlling simple actions with fingers, although as you can see I'm at a pretty early stage. What I can say for sure is that the boards that I ordered from JLC PCB are working great, and I'm certain that I'm onto a winner with this design. If you want to try ordering this board or one of your own designs, ordering from JLC PCB is super easy. All you need to do is upload your Gerber file to get an instant quote. It's also very affordable with 1 to 8 layer PCBs costing only $2 and reliable strict quality control on every process and a rapid turnaround of only 24 hours for PCBs. Don't miss JLC PCB's 6 layer PCB special, get $30 off with a coupon and enjoy top quality 6-layer PCBs for only $5. Plus 2U ENIG finish and no engineering fees for VIA in-pad. Now the flexion of the fingers is driven by motors mounted in the forearm, same as with all my hand designs, but this time I wanted to make things easier, and I'm using much thicker 1mm braided polyethylene cord and the same PTFE tubing as is used in 3D printers. In fact, I actually just stole this from the spares that came with my Bambu Lab P1Ss.
Shouldn't use.
The purpose of this sheathing is to give the braided cord pull against, like a brake cable in a bike. Last time, the amount of effort I went to find and spec this 1mm spring wire housing, probably one of the main blockers that meant I took so long to finish that. The forearm this time is a really simple 2-part with all of the servos clamped. The biggest reason that assembly was such a nightmare on my Delta hand design is that for each servo driving a finger, you needed to open up the casing, desolder the super tiny internal sensor, file off the part of the gear which restricts its movement to 180 degrees, and then solder on a new cable to replace that internal sensor with sensors finger joint. I think that this whole process was just too high a barrier to entry for anyone to get started with this project, but this time there's none of that. It would be possible to use an unmodified servo without any sensors in the fingers, relying on the servo's internal angle to guess the resultant position of the fingers, but think of how much stuff is in the way of that transfer of motion. There's the servo going to a pulley tied to a cord going through a tube, passing over a wrist and then into the joint of the fingers. There's just too many parts which can move and flex. It would be really hard to keep things calibrated. For my approach this time, infer the position of the finger based on the position of the servos as I mentioned. This time I have one simple homing switch that the fingers can move to when the hand is powered on, so we can be absolutely certain of the relationship between the position of the fingers and the servos, even if we had to adjust the tension of the pulleys or the fingers got knocked out. This also allows me a pulley which can be tightened at any time without having to worry about how it might affect the calibration of the fingers' positions. In the Delta hand, I had to pull through the cord while keeping a firm hand on the pulley, do a little loop and hope that this was all tight enough. This time I can simply twist my pulley to tighten. I'd like to expand on this to have a self-tightening pulley, but that's probably a job for next. I haven't programmed the system for homing the fingers and keeping positions yet, but it's already looking very promising. Although, as mentioned, limiting the functionality of the hand accessible was really important to me. The actual motion of the MCP joint allows you to play your fingers. One thing which I always notice in other robot hand designs is that the orientation of all these MPC points, the ones at the bases of the fingers and how they're on the palm. Understandably, a lot of designs are completely flat, but real hands not only have a slight inwards cast, they're also flexible in the palm, which gives us even more depth. When I designed my palm, the orientation of all the motors which make it go, I wanted a more concrete reference point to go on, find these positions, so I decided to use the RevoPoint POP3 Plus scanner to orient. The issue is that while there's plenty of scientific data about the length of the finger segments, ratios between them, some things are really just hard to quantify. So I used the 3D scanned mesh of my own hand to guide for place each finger, and ultimately look. I chose a slight heavier duty servo than the MG90Ss which I used last time, so I should mention that I'm making this configurable for different commonly available servos, and annoyingly this does make the a little bit thicker than. This is the whole reason I designed my own flatter servo. I just didn't have the skill level at the time. Definitely want. I also actually thought about the cable management system a little this time, which has always been one of my most neglected areas in previous versions. Luckily, it's going to be a lot simpler this time, since there's far fewer cables and bound in tubes, but I made a few simple loops to guide everything to where they need to be. This is kind of inspired by the carpal tunnel in human hand. The bottom of the carpal bones is a sort of crescent moon shape. All of the important bits run through the tunnel. Even though this is pretty minimalistic at the moment, the plan is to test out this version for a while first, and once I have a good idea of how everything moves, probably make some more tight-fitting guides. So as I've switched to an RP40 control system, I think I'll be doing most of my programming in Python through Thorny. There are libraries which make it very easy to generate PWM signals to drive servos, so I don't think that will be a problem. The main control challenge will be how I keep track of the positions of the finger relative to the home position, which is where the finger touches the homing switch. I think I'll need to have a counter for each finger that approximates angles based on the servo moving at a given speed. I believe I can also configure the homing switch pins on Raspberry Pi Pico to be interrupt pins. The system can accurately rehome of the fingers now. I also need to think about how I want to actually drive and test the hand. Last time I used a Leap Motion, a lot of issues with lag. My version beta design also had a roll glove, extremely temperamental, also a really fun thing. Not sure if it would be practical, but I am considering designing some kind of controller. Not quite a control glove, but maybe some kind of an ergonomic system of joysticks. So although the hand kind of looks strong, there's still more to do. I mentioned a few things I want to improve already, but besides those, I want the design to have some gritty texture for the fingers. That's something I want to improve. It would be great if I could find some kind of flexible 3D printable grippy surface, but unfortunately I don't think that CPU or anything else that requires really good grip need, so I probably will need some grip add-on afterwards. Once I'm happy with the whole electronic system too, we'll be able to combine Susan's open source Pico design with my power management circuit to have a single dedicated board for the full project. I will be releasing all of these SDLs for free when the design is finished, but if you want access to all of the CAD files for this design, including CAD for all of the projects I've built or are in progress on my channel, head over to my Patreon page where you can get access at any tier. That means you'll also be able to adjust the design using my different configurations by adjusting the master sketch. As always, a massive thank you to my patrons, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Demo up.
We've seen robot hands in movies and video games for years.
Alright, bear with me here if I hit the wrong button.
Man, do I love that. Safety first. Well, as long as I can remember, I have been fascinated with industrial robots. Seeing these incredible machines, lifting parts with precision over and over again, welding pieces together, it's just amazing. But a few months ago, this fascination turned into a complete obsession, and I began spending every waking moment thinking about how I would build this robot. So how much power do I need in order to run 7 motors at one time? If I lose power, how do I prevent the arm from collapsing on me or dropping the rig? How am I supposed to keep the cost down? When the arm is fully extended, there'd have to be tremendous loads on the bearings in the shoulder. I have to figure out how they manage to keep those joints so small and yet support all of the weight that they have extended out. Whew, good run. How am I going to synchronize and control 7 different motors all at the same time? Can't stop thinking about this. I have to do it. Excuse me. Part of what makes this so challenging is the wide range of skills required in order to accomplish this by myself. We're not just talking about mechanical design, which is the part that I feel comfortable with. This is my first project welding aluminum. There's a significant amount of machining, which I am a brand new machine. There's programming involved. There's a significant amount of electronics. This project has been quite the challenge. I would not be doing this project justice if I tried to cram all of that into one video. Besides, I have learned so much, I really want to share it all with you. Let's begin with the basics. What is an industrial robot? Robots come in a lot of different flavors. In fact, this CNC machine you see here is considered to be a Cartesian robot. I built this a few years ago, and there's a whole series of videos on my YouTube channel. I'll put a link in the description for you if you want to know more about that. But the robot we're going to be talking about is called an articulator robot. They usually have anywhere from 3 to 7 pivot points, allowing them to rotate and move in a lot of different ways. Normally there's a motor right down in the center which allows it to pivot about its base. That will be axis 1. Axis number 2 has a motor right here, and this allows the, what we're going to call the forearm or the upper arm here, to move the body of the robot forward and back. Then there's a third motor allowing you to bend at the elbow and move the forearm. Beyond that, we'll have more motors in the back which allow you to rotate around the wrist like this, pivot at the wrist. Right out here at the end, there's also a face plate with a motor behind it as well. That will allow you to rotate whatever tool is mounted here. It could be a cutting tool like a spindle, it might be a welding gun, or even a pneumatic grip. Finally, you can take this entire robot and put it on a truck, and now you can move the entire robot whatever distance you like in order to perform its duty. Now that you've seen that, let's talk about the real thing. Here is the robot under construction. It's not quite done yet. In fact, I 3D printed 2 critical parts. This is supposed to be 6061 aluminum with some brackets welded onto it. It's a complex piece because it needs to be carefully welded and machined on several sides. As you can see, there are going to be tapped holes here.
Thank you for following. Awesome.
On top of it.
Oh,
so I really want to take my time and make that part right. Also, this piece.
Thank you for following. Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. Just watching some robotic video. Anybody want to watch? Hello, FEMA people. Anybody want to watch robotic videos? Here's the link. You can also go on Twitch, AnimeX Dolls. Gotta use my time wisely.
Piece, which is currently 3D printed, will also be made out of 6061 aluminum. Again, it's a really complicated shape and I want to take my time and make it right. So I decided to 3D print this piece so that I could test the assembly and make this video for you guys today. In a future episode, I'd like to talk about many of the design decisions that I made. For example, why did I put the motor down here instead of up here? There are pros and cons to doing both. This assembly will have 7 motors when it's complete, but right now we've got 6. There's a 400 watt AC servo motor down here in the base. with the gear reduction, which we'll talk about more in a future episode. This is 1 kilowatt. These are all AC servo motors. 750 watts. That was 100. There's one in here that's 200 watts. That was really fun, trying to figure out how to bend this belt, get the motor oriented in that direction, figure out how long this belt needs to be, figure out how to tension the belt. That was quite an engineering challenge, but we figured it out. And there's a 100 watt motor right there, giving us all the different axes of rotation. One of the things that's really difficult to predict in advance is what the actual payload would be at full speed. I've done the math and I realized that based on the torque available from each of the motors and the current gear ratios that I have, I ought to be able to fully extend this arm to a little over 1 meter and hold on to a 30-pound or approximately 14-kilogram load. What gets tricky about that, though, is when you try to accelerate the load, that produces additional forces. I need to make sure you understand just how much power it takes to swing around a 30-pound load. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go find a jug of water or something that weighs about 8 pounds and pick it up. You can pause the video. Let's do that right now. I'm going to put this on tripod so I can show you what I want you to do. Okay, I didn't quite get 8 pounds. This weighs about 5 pounds. This is a solid puck of 6061 aluminum. Here's what I want you to do. You're going to take your load and extend your arm straight out like so. Okay? Now, you're probably going to start to feel your muscles burning here at the shoulder. That's just from holding the load. Now, I want you to swing your arm from the side to the front. Don't hit anything. As quickly as you can without moving your body. Just like so. Okay. Here's what I want you to get here. Not only does it take power to hold the load out, but there's an additional force that comes from accelerating the load from zero. It's called F equals ma. And that, my friend, is an additional challenge when you're talking about designing a robot. The faster you want it to move, especially the starts and stops, is going to require huge reactionary forces from whatever it's mounted on. And it's also going to require... Okay. Here's what I want you to get here. Not only does it take power to hold the load out, but there's an additional force that comes from accelerating the load from zero. It's called F equals ma. And that, my friend, is an additional challenge when you're talking about designing a robot. The faster you want it to move, especially the starts and stops, is going to require huge reactionary forces from whatever it's mounted on. And it's also going to require a significant amount of power from whatever motor is trying to accelerate your load from the top. I haven't fully tested it yet because I don't have any limit switches installed at this point. I take that back. They're installed, but they're not hooked up. So I need to get all of that wired before I can truly test it. Let me tell you, with 1 kilowatt, 750 kilowatts, this thing is super dangerous and don't want to risk injuring myself or anyone playing around before the system is complete. So I'm going to machine those pieces first and then I'll fully load test it. So there's a couple more things I want to show you here. I 3D printed these cover plates in order to cover up all the access holes that I made for cables to come out, for getting the motors in and out in order to do maintenance. I also wanted to cover up this huge angle iron plate that I have down here. I wanted this to look a little bit more like the industrial robots that you see. And those usually have cast parts that are really curvy with all the appropriate machine faces. I certainly couldn't make something like that here in my home shop, but I could 3D print a plastic cover over the structural members underneath. And that's what I did here. Now, this was my first attempt at making a really curvy shape like this. There are almost no flat surfaces on this part, and that would be extremely difficult to model in SolidWorks, at least for me. I'm not much of a surface modeler. So I tried out X-Shape for this. X-Shape is also new to me. I've never done any sub-D modeling. This was my very first attempt at it. And it came out okay. I had to split it in a couple of different ways to get this to work. The first version that I made of this couldn't quite get it to slide in place without having to remove the motor. There are 2 tapped holes right here, and that allows me to install a lifting eye for picking up the robot. Again, another thing that needs to be considered when designing something like that. There's one more thing that I need to make, and that is my cable tray assembly, which will cover up all of this. Now, as mentioned before, for the purposes of this video, I just zip tied a few things down in order to kind of temporarily manage these cables. But hopefully in a future episode, you'll see what my final solution looks like for managing the enormous amount of power that needs to come into this robot, especially when I have all 7 motors running at the same time. I'm so excited about sharing more of this content with you. Let me tell you, there are over 100 hours of recorded machining for this project.
Since
Commercial chill.
A 100 hours. You talk about baptism by fire, there should be a certificate or something for that. I don't know what all the series is going to be about yet. There's probably going to be some combination of teaching videos like how I used the servo motors and how you could use them for your projects, as well as sort of how I designed this, even though you may not build this exact machine. What would be amazing is if I could actually talk with a robotics expert. If you work for KUKA Robots or something like that and you've got experience and knowledge you want to share, maybe it'll end up being part of this series. I don't know. I'd love to talk to someone about it. I also wanted to share with you some amazing news that I got from SolidWorks. By the way, this project would not have been possible without them. They are the sponsors of this amazing build that you see here today. That's not actually what I want to say. What I want to tell you is that coming later in the year, they're going to be releasing a maker version of SolidWorks, which is just incredible. You guys know I've been using this program for years. It's my favorite package for designing all of my projects. Let's be honest, it's designed for industry, not for the individual maker. That is until later in the year. For $99, you'll be able to get the maker version of SolidWorks later in the year. I'm going to put a link in the description so that you can sign up to be notified when the program becomes available. It will finally be possible for more of you to use the same package that I use, because I'm not using that other stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed this introduction to this massive project that is still underway. There'll be more coming up soon. Thanks for watching.
Short read.
An inverse kinematic model gives us the ability to request to position the foot or end effector of a robot limb at a specific point in a known coordinate system and calculate all the joint positions in order to place it. I've used inverse kinematic models in multiple robot dog projects, which allows the feet to be coordinated so that the robot's body can move in 3 axes of translation and 3 axes of rotation. This allows us to move the robot's foot from point A to point B in a straight line by visiting all the waypoints between the 2 positions, one after the other, calculating the inverse kinematics at each position. So for this video, I thought I'd make a simple robot arm project with a very simple inverse kinematic model, and also make this part of the Great Ball contraption. This is an ongoing project built in multiple parts, passes ping pong balls along from one stage to another by using machines which demonstrate science and engineering concepts. These will eventually all be linked together. So let's get the core parts of the design printed and I'll explain the concept. Thanks to 3D Fuel for the filament for this project and lots of other projects, so check out my channel for more 3D printing projects and check out 3dfuel.com. The main base for the robot is a very simple sliding axis, so I've got some V-wheels and I've attached those with the right spacing to a 3D print with some M5 bolts and lock nuts. These V-wheels came fitted with bearings, also spacers, so you can do the bolts up nice and tight and they still rotate freely, and that allows the carriage to run on a piece of V-slot extrusion that's going to make up the main base for the robot. I've built a frame which goes at each end of the V-slot to make up 4 legs, so we've got a nice sturdy base for the robot. I'm using drop-in T-nuts here so that we can attach all the pieces together, as I have with many other projects. So that makes one linear sliding axis we can mount the robot arm on. I'm using fairly basic servos for this project which work with a servo PWM signal so they're easy to control. But these particular servos come with metal brackets so that we can mount them easily together to make up a limb with multiple joints. They come with small screws and brackets, and just screw those down to the 3D print and screw the servos on. Each one has an arm which has another 3D print attached to it to make the next section of the robot arm. Again, they come with self-tapping screws which easily screw in, and makes it really easy to connect the servos together. On top of the first servo is another servo, so I have 2 mechanical stages to my robot arm as well as the linear axis that everything sits on. This gives me a shoulder and an elbow, so we should be able to achieve quite a wide range of positions. But of course we need a gripper to actually grip the ping pong balls to pick them up and move through the machine, so I fitted another servo on the very end which is to control the end effector. That one's fitted at right angles. I 3D printed some fingers for my gripper, which are 2 parallel plates, close to spaced apart and screwed together with countersunk self-tapping screws.
几天内能发货?
I've used M4 bolts, lock nuts again to tighten those up but not over tighten them, so the fingers move really freely. And the idea is that servo has 2 pulleys on, simply just going to pull strings to open the jaw and they'll be sprung back together. The kinematic model for this robot's going to be really simple, so we don't need anything more than an 8-bit Arduino Uno to control all of it. The servos I'm using need a minimum of 6 volts, so I'm using a 7.4 volt 2-cell LiPo battery. It's got more than enough current capability to power all of the servos, as well as the DC motor on the sliding axis. And to power the motor for the linear axis, I'm using an L298, which is a fairly archaic motor driver, but it does 2 amps an axis. That should be more than sufficient. The motor itself is driven with an encoder hung on the back, 3D printed a T5 pulley for it. So this is just going to be a simple belt drive that goes all the way up and down the axis to move the carriage, a bit like a 3D printer bed or tool head. I've used an elastic band to pull the gripper fingers together so that it can grip the ping pong ball. I've also added the strings that go around those pulleys on the gripper activation servo, so you can see the whole thing in operation. Obviously with the elastic band there, we can't grip the ping pong ball, that makes the gripper pretty much compliant. Now the arm's assembled, it's to write some code for the inverse kinematic model, and that allows to position the end effector, where it picks up the ball, in a known coordinate system and work out the joint position for the other 2 or 3 joints. My approach to this is to write some code that allows us to enter the resulting length of the arm, output joint positions at the shoulder and at the elbow. You'll have noticed I've made this a triangle with 2 equal length sides, both the upper and the lower arm. That makes the maths quite a lot easier. That's a pretty easy type of triangle to solve, but looking at the website mathsisfun.com, we can find out how to solve various triangles. In this case, we know 3 sides and we want to find the missing angle. It uses Pythagoras' theorem, which is a simple piece of math. I converted that maths into Arduino code, which gives us the answers in radians, which then need to be turned into degrees and into the milliseconds for the PWM that drives the servo. Of course, once we've got one angle on the arm, we can easily work out the others. Since 2 sides of the triangle are equal, 2 angles are also equal. I took some potentiometers off a previous project from the junk pile. I'm only going to use 2 of them, but this allows me to have an analog input that allows me to sweep through a range of values and see if the maths work. I'm only using one axis to start with, but we should see that the arm moves in a straight line as I turn the box. That straight line should be a 45-degree angle with its origin at the base joint of the base servo. The reason that it's at 45 degrees is because that was the default position for the servos, basically the shoulder axis pointing straight up and the elbow axis at 90 degrees. Put that offset in the code, now everything is based off offset and that 45 degree angle. Now we've taken care of the length of the arm and that's dealt with the first bit of code. Now want to be able to enter 2 other axes to position the arm in a 2D space. That can be done with trigonometry though. The rest of the arm is already dealt with by the previous piece of code. Trigonometry looks like this. Cos of theta, the angle at the base, equals the adjacent over the hypotenuse. So the hypotenuse simply equals the adjacent over cos theta. That's just one line of code so that we can work out the arm length for the 2 other coordinates. We do need one more piece of trigonometry though, so we can modify the shoulder angle based on this new angle. I converted that to degrees and taken away the existing 45 degree offset. I've also converted that to servo PWM, which is roughly 11 milliseconds per degree. But before we look at that, it's time for a quick ad from the video's sponsor, which is PCBWay. PCBWay provide both PCB manufacture and PCB assembly under the same roof, so you can get them to solder the components onto your PCB as well as make the board. And they'll do surface mount and through-hole assembly. PCBWay have also launched new CNC services including online machining, sheet metal fabrication, 3D printing and injection moulding. PCBWay's CNC machining services include a wide range of materials including aluminium, stainless steel and various plastics. If you don't see the material you like, you can also choose from custom materials. Check out the PCBWay website to browse through a variety of finishes and get a quote. PCBWay manufacture all sorts of boards, including standard fiberglass PCBs, but also aluminium PCBs, flexible PCBs, and rigid flex PCBs, which are part rigid and part flexible. Prices start at $5 for 10 standard PCBs and $30 for 10 PCBs with assembly. But new customers can get $5 credit, so you can get 10 PCBs for free the first time you order. Find out more now at PCBWay.com. I'll put that link in the description to this video. So now I'm using 2 potentiometers to control the arm. One of them moves the arm up and down in a pretty much perfectly straight line. There will be some issues with servo calibration here because the pots are probably low tolerance inside the servo itself that gives feedback that may not run perfectly linearly. That looks pretty good for cheap free servos. Code I wrote on an 8-bit Arduino. The other pot called the arm's reach to move in another almost perfectly straight line, servo's tolerances. And we can see that both joints are working together there, move that arm, touch in a perfectly straight line horizontally and vertically. All the code, as well as the CAD for this project, will be published and you can find that on GitHub. The link is in the description to this video. It's open source, so feel free to modify it and do what you like with it, or use it for inspiration in your own project. The last axis, this project is very simple because it moves in a straight line anyway, so we don't really need to do any maths to control it, but check out my previous robot dog projects if you want to see something more complicated. I've programmed the robot arm to move through set motions using the kinematic model, so it moves in X and Z positions in order. There's 3 positions in this sequence. However, you'll notice that it's very jerky because the servos move at full speed, and also for some moves, one servo doesn't need to move as far, so it gets there first. That means we don't have a very smooth motion. So I'm going to be using the Arduino ramp library from SiteSwap Juggler, which is open source and you can find it on GitHub. It has various parameters, but ultimately allows us to interpolate through positions from one point to another to make our motion move. The example code that ships with the ramp library is pretty simple. All we need to do is my ramp go with a value to interpolate to and the time we want to interpolate over. So if we now open the serial plotter, we get a linear rise here, straight from one value to the other without step. There are various other responses in this library as well, but for now I'm still using the linear. So now I'm sending both the Z and the X positions over the ramp library, reading them over the same amount of time. So now my step sequence is allowing the joint to move over the same amount of time, and the end effector of the robot to be moving in a perfectly straight line between them. This is a much smoother motion, and also we can control how fast it moves by interpolating each move over a longer or shorter time. So now we need to pick up some balls and along to the arms of each part of the great ballpoint platform. I'm using one of these sensors that I used in the past so we can sense when balls are present and trigger a series of motions. I made a short ramp to the arms and eventually this will be fed by a red wire along the ramp. That means we can throttle the amount of balls through this stage and when you see the ball present, pick it up, take it to the other end, and take it onto the stage, perhaps into the high voltage full accelerator that I made last time. If I stack multiple balls in the ramp, I have various safeguards in the code that means it finishes one cycle before being triggered again. So this means it will keep coming round, picking up the balls, taking them to the other end and dropping them, till the ramp is empty, in which case it stops. To demonstrate inverse geometry, but it would be great from an educational and visual point of view would be perhaps 2 LED strips, one vertical and one horizontal, that show the inverse to the axis as the robot arm moves. It can show that what goes in is lines in a straight line, and that's the rotation of the block. But for now, with the great visuals and those great balls and tracks them. Look at the other parts in my channel. I'm going to be building a few more and then stringing them all together so the thing sticks out all the way around and hopefully back to the beginning again. If you like the video, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content, more budget, more open source design. You can find all my designs that are open source on GitHub, the link in the description to this video. If you'd like to support me from Patreon or some channel membership, then those links are in the description as well. And Patreon channel members get access to all the videos up to a week early and communicate some pictures of what's coming up so you can be involved in all those discussions.
バイパーご苦労ですわしっかり作ってろ
of square brackets. Then enclose your values with a set of curly braces. There, we now have an array. My variable car is now an array. Now this variable can hold multiple values, multiple cars, kind of like it's a parking garage. Separate each value with a comma. This time I'll add a Mustang, then a Camry. Now take a look at this. I will display car. Now what the heck is this? So this is a memory address of where our array is located, like 123 Fake Street. If I need one of these elements, one of these values that's found within the array, in order to access it, I have to do so by an index number. After the array name, I will add a set of square brackets, then an index number. The first element in an array has an index of 0 because computers always start with 0. And we have our Corvette. It's kind of like a parking spot number. That's why I went with this example of cars. If I need the next element within my array, I would access element number 1. Then I should probably add a new line, just to separate these. New line. We have our Corvette and our Mustang. Then we have our third element, which would have an index of 2. We have our three elements, our Corvette, our Mustang, and our Camry. You can reassign values too. I'm going to change the first element within this array. Take the array name, select an index number. I'll set this equal to a Camaro, a Chevy Camaro. Now at parking spot number 0, we have our Camaro, then our Mustang, then our Camry. I'm going to rename car as cars, just so people know that it's plural, although it's not necessary. One thing with arrays is that they can only contain values of the same data type. Like I'll try and stick a number with here, number 1. So our compiler doesn't like it that there's a number in here with all these strings. So arrays should all be of the same data type. Now if you don't know what you want to place within an array, you can simply declare an array, then assign values later. I'm going to declare an array of cars, and then later assign some values. Cars at index 1 will have our Mustang. Cars at index 2 will be our Camry. See, we still have an error though. Array size missing in cars. You can declare an array, then assign values later. We need to set a size to this array. It's a static data structure. If I'm only going to place 3 cars within this array, I'll set the size to be 3. So within the square brackets, set an array size. And this would work the same. You can declare an array, sure to set the size, and then assign values later. Let's
Bill.
Hmm. 何のご用ですの?
Bro. And this attack is better than no. Oh, nightmare. This is a nightmare. God. It's worse.
勝ったらあんたのおごりだぞ。私を呼んだのにゃ。
I'm gonna try getting
こんばんは。本日のデイリーミックスはブルースベースのエレクトロニックカクテルマルガリータです。
Tune participation 5.
忘れられぬものです。この福幾たる曲調がもたらす優越は。 もう
勝ったらあんたのおごりだぞ。
We might have fun.
私を呼んだのにゃ。
Then we can decide.
This is the first robot I ever built. It's called Hexabot because it has 6 legs which allow it to walk in tough terrain. This robot took me a whole year to build, which is why it's one of the best Hexabots in the world. Or maybe not, but it can do some cool stuff anyway. I'm gonna show you the journey of this robot from day one, the mechanical engineering and electronics. You'll see the highlights, there were even a few mistakes along the way.
Normally master. That's it.
For a deep dive, I made a long version on my second channel where I explain everything in detail, but here I'm just showing the fun stuff. Now, let's build a Hexabot robot. At day 1 of the actual build, I had an optimistic view. In the next 2 months, I'm going to build a Hexabot robot that's blind walls like a spiral. This estimate turned out to be inaccurate. I started by designing a single leg. It's gonna use 3 of these servo motors. This is the minimum amount because you need at least 1 motor per each axis it's gonna move along. I opened up Autodesk Inventor, which is a CAD software for 3D modeling. After finishing my shitty model of the leg, I exported it as an STL file and opened it in Cura. I set the infill to 20%, saved the G-code and started printing. For the material, I chose PETG because it's stronger than PLA, or at least so I've heard. I glued all the pieces together and coded a basic movement. I coded the movement in angles, so the leg doesn't move straight. And I also fucked up the CAD, so one of the axes is crooked. But that doesn't really matter because it was just a prototype.
The fuck? I'm getting HP. Go damage. Right, crit damage, HP. Okay.
勝ったらあんたのおごりだぞ。
Defense. But that.
私を呼んだのに。
Nice.
「勝ったらあんたのおごりだぞ。 私を呼んだのに
What?
勝ったらあんたのおごりだぞ
What?
私を呼んだのに
Built.
勝ったらあんたのおごりだぞ何のご用ですの
Water enter the field using a quick this forms astral.
Day 5, I focused on the inverse kinematics, and I'll let past me explain what that is. I built this one leg, which is made from 3 servo motors. I can set the angle of each motor and the leg will move to some position. This isn't very useful since the movement's essentially random. What I want is to tell the leg to move to some position and let the robot figure out the angles. This is called inverse kinematics. I solved it by writing down the equations and transferring them into code. I can now move the leg in the X, Y, Z, or any other direction I want. I have IK as a function in my code, which translates the X, Y, and Z into data 1, 2, and 3.
Float L1, float L1.
So I can code the movement of the leg in spatial coordinates, and the code translates it to the joint angles. Since I could easily code the movement of the leg, it was time to make the leg path. So far I built one leg, the movement X, Y, Z. My aim is to bring down I could let the leg first I could find it like this. The problem is that the leg is moving in one direction, and then the next is this way to move it. Instead of the drawing I use the snake the side. This curve is simply taking by the straight way and not stop. This is the In Justice League, I have made a full version for the robot slab. So it takes well to design the rest of the robot. By this time, I have already ordered another 16 servos. All the time, I use 40 servos for the length of the description. You can also check out my sponsor, PCBF. It usually took me 5 days, which sounds like a lot, but this assembly has 150 parts and they all have to fit together. This is the body of the robot where I can work on it. I wanted to make the robot as small as possible, but it ended up being 70 centimeters wide, and my trial was 34 days later, I was still waiting for the motors. You see, AliExpress ships the order to a country. This is fine, but from there it gets delivered to your home by a local delivery company. Which means I'm fucked, because in my country, the delivery company is this piece of shit. So I was just praying it would get delivered sometime, because I spent $200 on the motors. While I was waiting, I printed the body and assembled it. I chose ABS because the PETG I tried before wasn't rigid at all, and ABS should be even stronger. I joined the parts together with bolts and square nuts because I didn't know that EKG would exist. I was happy with how it looked, but it was really heavy. I used the tibia, which is this part, to add a great radial function. I attached the leg to the front of the robot, so I had to rotate the leg out by 60 degrees. I did this by adding 60 degrees to the first joint, which wasn't ideal since it rotated the pad around that joint instead of the center of the leg pad. I was starting to use all home, but at day 63, 2 months after I had placed the order, the motor was finally done. I replaced the old ones and got some new parts. I updated the code so it generates 2 more paths to make it lights. I tried powering it with the notebook, but the motors were too much power, so I had to switch to light battery. The 1-volt battery is connected to the buck converter, which reduces the voltage to 7 volts within 5%. I also added a switch to the battery. Next, I will put the reliable code for 3 lights. Yeah, this was a scam. Since the robot had 3 lights, I had to upgrade the power supply. Before, I was using a notebook to power the Arduino, to power the breadboard, to power the servo motors. But the Arduino 5-volt pin doesn't have enough current to support 9 servo motors, so I switched to a LiPo battery. Day 95 was a pivotal moment. It was the first time I made the robot walk. I was at the hospital for the last month, but I managed to assemble the remaining 3 legs. I wrote a code to make them move and tested it. Then I printed a stand for the robot, so I can test all of the legs easily. Since I finished all the legs, I let the robot take its first steps. The robot only walks forward. It has no control system or sense of the environment yet. It walks slowly and takes small steps, because I miscalculated the power requirement. I already ordered a battery with lower voltage, so I don't have to use the buck converter, which only provides 15 amps. The battery has plenty of power, but the buck converter has a maximum current of only 15 amps, which is barely enough for the robot to walk. The motors would also start moving randomly, or they wouldn't move all at the same time. At day 112, I improved the electronics. The old robot didn't have enough power, because I was using a high voltage battery with a buck converter which didn't provide enough current, so I had to redesign the circuit. I bought a 7-volt battery and connected it directly to the motors, so I don't need to worry about not having enough current. Next, I changed the breadboard for an Arduino shield, which lets me connect all of the motors easily. I also soldered a flyback diode and a capacitor on the Arduino for more stable power supply. Now, the robot can walk faster and take bigger steps. In the next video, I will write a code to make the robot run and maybe add a remote control joystick. The sensor shield I added has the power, ground and digital pin next to each other, which makes it easy.
Anyways, I don't think anyone's here, but Thank you for anybody who watched the video and come by. I'll be hosting another anime doll shop at 10 p.m. Just about after I'm done with most of the things. I'll try to stream 4 to 8, but I guess it'll be very hard. Anyways, like and share the stream or the video, post it. It will help me with the algorithm. Follow the channel if you like anime dolls. Subscribe to my YouTube, and then yeah, I'll see you next stream or next video. Peace.